Good evening, everybody. Today is October the 6th, 2020, and the time is now 5:03 p.m. Now, by state law, we are, that is, the Board of Education, is required to conduct public hearings whenever there's a charter school application for its creation or when it seeks to renew a charter school application. And I want folks to know, on behalf of the board, we have absolutely positively no say in whether this charter school application or extension is going to be granted or not. The only thing the law gives us the responsibility to do is to conduct these public hearings. I just want to repeat that. We have no decision-making authority in the creation of a charter school or how much money it gets. That these are decisions exclusively made by people in Albany. Kaya, is that message for me? I see a message that says, not sure if your video is on. Is that for me? Kaya?
I think
Yeah, that is for you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but not see you.
Huh, okay, let me see if I can figure out what's going on here. Hold on, folks, give me a minute. If I can figure out what is going on here. Yeah, it says, okay.
I see you.
No, it says the host has asked you to start your video. Okay, it's my video is on, says it's on.
Okay, you just came on now.
Okay, all right. So now I hope it doesn't.
Oh, it went back off.
Well, I'm going to have to, you'll have to do it without my pretty face because I'm going to read this. What I was going to say to people watching tonight is that in order to fulfill my role of conducting this hearing, I am given a script, people. And that script makes sure that I say everything that I'm supposed to say under state law to conduct this hearing. So you're not going to see my face, but you are going to hear my voice. And that's the most important thing because it contains the message that I'm required to deliver. And it says the following. The Rochester Board of Education is conducting a charter school public hearing today on Tuesday, October the 6th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. via Zoom conferencing, video conferencing, to gather input to submit to, as I indicated to you earlier on, the State of New York Department of Education regarding a renewal applications for the following schools. The education law, it should say the application that is being submitted is from Virtus Charter School. The education law, subdivision 2857, and the regulations of the Commission of Education require that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing within 30 days of the receipt of the notice of application for a new or revised charter school application. The Board of Education of the Rochester School District is conducting this very public hearing regarding the renewal application for Virtus Charter School to operate within the city of Rochester's limits. The purpose of this hearing, as I indicated earlier, is to gather community input to provide to the state of New York so that it can make a decision regarding Virtus Charter School's renewal application. Virtus Charter School's current charter term is July 1st, 2019 through June the 30th, 2021. It currently serves 340 students in grades 9 through 12. According to the renewal application, Virtus Charter School proposes a new charter term for July 21st, 2021 through June the 30th, 2026. So at this particular point, having completed what I was required to say by law, I'm going to ask if there is anybody out there in virtual land or in the Zoom waiting room that wishes to say anything about Virtus Charter School's application for renewal. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody in that room waiting to speak?
No, we do not. And there are no submitted comments or requests to speak.
That means that this particular hearing is just about served its purpose. So without further ado, I'm going to adjourn this hearing. And again, if anybody wants to submit any comments regarding Virtus Charter School application, do not submit them to the Board of Education because we have no control over it. Forward your comments to the New York State Department of Education. Thank you for allowing us this time, and hope to see everybody who is interested at our board meeting, which starts at 5:30. Is that right? All right. Good night. Thanks, Tom. I am ready. Assume you are as well. Good evening, everybody. Today is October the 6th, 2020, and the time is now 5:32. Hope everybody is having a good evening, and on behalf of the Board of Education, welcome to a committee of the whole. Oops, did my video go off? I'm sorry. Sorry about that. We sometimes meet apart from our regular business meetings, and the purpose of this meeting is to allow our committees to meet on certain subjects. Tonight, there is a meeting of the Policy Committee and the Governance Committee. The chairs of these committees often explain to you during the course of their meetings what the purpose of their committees do. And so we'll get to that in a little bit. But the first thing we have to do tonight is call this meeting to order, and I'm doing that. Second thing we have to do is tell you that there are no speakers tonight. Typically at any board meeting, we have people who speak up on a variety of issues. And I want to explain to people on behalf of the board, sometimes you may wonder, why don't we say anything when these people call in and complain or ask questions? It really is a time just for us to listen. That doesn't mean people are not taking notes and are not responding offline, but we reserve the time at the beginning of all of our meetings for people to speak if they choose to do so. Tonight, nobody submitted any request to speak and nobody submitted anything in writing. But Madam Clerk, could you just tell folks what the process is for them to do that, future meetings?
Sure. So persons who are interested in speaking at board meetings or submitting public comment may email the Board of Education at boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org by noon of the day of the meeting. And if you indicate that you would like to speak, Zoom link will be sent to you on the day of the meeting so that you're able to address the board. If you would prefer instead to submit public comments, you would email that same email address, boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org, and the comments would be made available to all board members and also posted to our website.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The other thing that I wanted to accomplish tonight at the outset of this meeting is we have, the board has an additional member to our team, and that's Rahima Wynn. On behalf of the board, Rahima, I know you're out there in cyberland somewhere, tuning in, watching, probably as part of one of the faces that people see tonight. We want to welcome her and tell you we feel very blessed and honored to have you begin your service tonight. So welcome, Rahima. The other thing I wanted to do is to try to encourage other folks to join our team as well. We have, as I said, indicated earlier, we have a number of committees, and we're very, very fortunate to have parents join us as members of those committees. I know I had a meeting this week of policy. I happen to chair policy, and we were joined by our parent rep, Mr. DiFiore. Is that right?
Yes.
And he joined us for our first meeting, and that was a very good meeting, and I'm glad he joined us. But we have a slew of other committees, and the problem is we're missing parent reps on two of our committees, governance and audit. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Nope.
Audit and ESA.
Audit and ESA. I'm sorry. Audit and ESA. ESA is excellent at Student Achievement Committee, and audit is the group that looks at how the district functions and the effectiveness of its functioning and so forth. So we need parent reps to serve on those two committees. We have parent reps on all other committees. Now, Madam Clerk, how would a person let you know that they were interested in serving on those committees?
Well, if the public is interested, please visit the website. The Board of Education tab on the district's website has a application form and details on all of the committees. And so persons are able to either submit that application form to our email, or can also deliver it to us at central office if they would prefer. So just visit us on the website and click on the Board of Education tab.
Thank you. And one other quick note in terms of people joining our team, as you all may have heard in the news, Commissioner Natalie Shepard resigned her post to work in another sector of public service. We're very happy for her and for the Commissioner of Elections that has the blessing of having her service. But that left a vacancy on our board. That vacancy remains unfilled at this particular time. There is a deadline of October the 13th, 2020. You have until 5 o'clock to supply your application or your notice of interest. The qualifications are somewhat limited, although we're looking for highly capable, committed, energetic people, but on paper, the qualifications are very, very limited. You have to be 18 years old, you have to be a US citizen, and you have to be a qualified voter. But all the details of what is required are listed on our website that Ms. Wade just described. We would encourage you to consider applying for that position as well. And then, of course, the board is always very blessed and very fortunate to have active and engaged parents and grandparents that move our kids across the finish line. So without further ado, let's begin our meeting today. Again, this is a special meeting. Madam Clerk, I think we were going to, I didn't see it on the agenda. Maybe I got an older agenda, but we were going to begin with resolutions. Is that right? Or
We have an update. We have an update from Commissioner Adams regarding the Family Engagement Day.
Oh, okay. But before I see that, but I thought before we were going to do that, when were we going to do the resolutions that were on the calendar?
Right after that.
Oh, after that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Oh, I see it there. I apologize. Commissioner Adams, you were going to give us an update?
Yeah, good evening. We had the CIGR committee, which held on September 22nd. I had told everyone that I would give them an update on the upcoming Family Engagement Day, our fall forum. Our first community forum for the whole academic year is on Saturday, November 14th, 11 p.m. to 1 p.m. It will be an entirely virtual event hosted through the Zoom platform. Our landing page is dedicated to providing resources to parents and families leading up to and after the event. The event will not be live streamed. It will be recorded and available for replay on district website, social media platforms on Monday, November 16th at 5 p.m. Our features will include our keynote speaker with the superintendent, discussions with Board of Education members and key district leaders, information sessions, and question and answer workshops on the following topics. These will be in what's called breakout rooms. The breakout rooms, the titles of each one will be remote learning technology using online learning platforms, reopening health, safety, special education, social and emotional services. Last one will be student engagement, which includes sports and extracurricular activities. There will also be a Spanish session for our Latino families. And to top it off, we'll be having online live raffles. So again, that's November 14th, 2020, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. You should be getting some stuff should be up on the website, and we'll be getting in touch with you. Make sure that you register. It's important that we be engaged. And with that, that's pretty much all I needed to update for the CIGR committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. As I indicated earlier on, any questions for Commissioner Adams? All right. As I indicated earlier on, we have some resolutions to consider, and I know I've described those in the past. It's like if you're watching Congress, resolutions are our laws. It's the way in which we fund things. It's the way in which we give the administration directive, and so that people can have a paper trail in terms of what we suggested or encourage or ordered the administration to do. And we do it all by resolutions. As our general counsel frequently reminds everyone, every board member, no one board member can direct the administration to do anything. We have to do it as a body. And so we do it through resolutions. So having said that, we're going to consider some resolutions tonight. The first one is Resolution 348, which is an additional pay resolution. Can I get a motion to discuss Resolution 348?
President White, we do need a motion to remove it from the table. As it was
thank you.
from the
Thank you.
previous meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for background information, for those watching, this was a motion that was previously considered. It was tabled, meant was sort of put aside for the minute. It was given a date of today to bring back on the table. As our clerk has indicated, it has to be under parliamentary rules, had to be lifted from the table so that it can be discussed again today. So is there a motion to lift resolution 438 from the table so that we can discuss it today?
Motion.
I think I heard Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of lifting resolution 348 for purpose of discussion today indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion is back before the board. Does anybody want to have any questions or comments regarding that resolution 348? Madam Superintendent, I did want to note, and I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I neglected to mention before that I see that one of the subdivisions of this particular resolution talks about, we've talked about this, curriculum resources, curriculum development. And in the future, and this is a small amount, this particular, I think it's 348A, it's about $10,000. In the future, what I would like, the district, this board educated substantial sums of money in the development of the EPO model. And one of the things that came out of that, one of the things that came out of our financial investment was a curriculum that is extremely, we can see as evidenced by some of the things happening in East, successful. That is an investment that this Board of Education made. And we did it at a time where people were like, well, wait a second, why are you spending all that money? In the future, should there be curriculum resolutions or resolutions that relate to curriculum, I will be asking, to what extent does this already exist in the East EPO model? That is not a proprietary model. That does not belong to the University of Rochester. It does not belong to Sean Nelms. It does not belong to teachers. It belongs to the district. We paid for it. So in the future, I'm going to be asking, and I'm thankful that you and Dr. Nelms have gotten together and spoken about the ways in which we can really maximize the investment we made there. But in the future going forward, I'm going to be looking at resolutions and I'm going to be asking, so that you all are prepared, to what extent does this already exist at East? And if it does exist, is it useful instead of developing, reinventing the wheel? Would it be useful to use what already exists there? So I just wanted to let you know, because that East model is eventually, that particular approach is not going to exist, given the resolution that indicates, I think it was a 3-year extension by the state. But that doesn't mean that its legacy can't continue to exist, particularly since we made an investment in it. So I did want to let you know, I'll be asking, do we have something that already exists? That why are we paying, particularly given our financial crunch, why are we paying additional money to do X, Y, and Z if it already exists? And then you might say, well, Van, listen, that doesn't serve our purposes. I have something different in mind. I think this is the approach. So I will be having that kind of dialogue, because I really have been emphasizing over superintendents, successive superintendents, that the goal of the EPO model is not just to have operating a East High School that was turned around, and it currently has been transformed. The goal was to, and people may recall that I said this, to develop an incubator of success, an incubator of best practices. And there clearly is a curriculum over there that not only is there a curriculum, but there are people that are trained in developing it, including teachers. So I really want to, before I see my last days on the Board of Education, that is one of my major goals. I want to see the investment that has worked, see it replicated where possible. So do you want to respond to that?
I just wanted to say two things. We actually had that conversation this morning in cabinet. And now that we have Dr. Black on, we can have that definitive conversation. The only thing I would ask, I don't want us to make any assumptions. I would ask that you'd ask that of East when they put their resolutions up as well, because we could have some curriculum.
Absolutely.
So I just respectfully ask that, just to see where we are.
And I am absolutely glad that you brought that up, because we are the district, and there are things that the district does exceptionally well, not just in the area of any number of areas where we would hope, if they haven't already, that they would be replicating there. So this is a two-way street involving investments that have been made in both East and in the district generally. So absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. President,
Yes, Commissioner Powell.
I appreciate you calling that out and giving the administration sort of fair warning of your strategy going forward. I would also add, to the extent that any of additional pay resolutions for professional development are about cross-training the EPO curriculum and making sure teachers are well versed in that curriculum, that be highlighted so that we know that the curriculum is proliferating.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 348? Hold on, I got to do my participant screen. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. In case anybody's raising their hand. I don't see any hands being raised. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 348 indicate by saying aye and making sure that your cameras are on. Aye.
Aye.
I see our clerk looking around to see who's. Madam Clerk, have you
I
recorded?
need some more. I need some more voices. I only heard Commissioner Malloy.
I'm a nay, so I'm waiting for.
You're waiting for the nay. All right. Any nays? Madam Clerk, I'm relying on you because I don't necessarily.
I have seen one. I've only seen one person say nay and one person say yes. So I need.
No, I said yes, and I think I heard Commissioner Malloy say yes. Maybe I didn't. Nope.
Yes.
Maybe not. Yes. So
I heard Commissioner Malloy, and I heard yours. Anyone else?
I've said it several times. Are you not able to hear me?
No, didn't hear you.
So that's 3.
Mhm.
I don't mean to be doing your job for you. Commissioner.
No. If we can just do a roll call, if that might be helpful.
Absolutely. Yeah, that might make sense. All right, let's begin with Commissioner, Vice President Elliott is not here. Is that correct?
He's
No,
here.
she's here.
Oh, okay. Vice President Elliott?
Oh, you can't hear you, Vice President Elliott. You're muted.
I'm muted.
She's not muted, but we still can't hear her.
Well,
Okay, she's voting yes.
She's voting yes. All right,
Yes.
so got Vice President Elliott, Commissioner Adams? Commissioner
Nay.
Adams? Nay. Commissioner LeBron?
Nay.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Commissioner Powell?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so the yeses have it. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's next move on to Resolution 379. That too requires that a motion be put before the Board of Education so that we can have a conversation or vote on it. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 379, which is regarding a appointment to a part-time position? I'm looking at my participant chart. I don't see any hands being raised, so let's go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of Resolution 379 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seems like the ayes would have it, Madam Clerk. Next, let's get a motion to put Resolution 381 on the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 381? I don't see any questions. I don't see any hands being raised, so let's go ahead and vote then. All those in favor of Resolution 381 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Once again, Madam Clerk, seems like the ayes have it. Need a motion to discuss Resolution 383. For those of you who don't have the paperwork in front of you, it's a resolution to appoint a non-tenured bearing grant-funded position. It's a mouthful, but our board members have details about that particular resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 383? Doesn't appear to be any questions, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 383 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Recorded one nay. Madam Clerk, it seems like the ayes still may have it. Is that correct? All right. Next, need a motion to discuss Resolution 385. It's a resolution rather, to assign a person to an interim position. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding this particular resolution known as Resolution 385? I don't see any questions or comments, so let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 385. All those in favor of Resolution 385 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. I want to go ahead, unless there's some objection, take a motion to discuss resolutions 386 to 389, sort of consolidating a bunch of resolutions that relate to either a provisional appointment, permanent appointment, or resignation. Is there any objection to taking them as a bulk? I know I did that.
I actually want number 387 to be discussed in executive session.
Okay, all right. Is there any objection to discussing resolutions 386 to 388 and 389 with exclusion of 387? Any objection to that? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and do that? So it's clear for the record. I need a motion to discuss resolutions 386, 388, and 389. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 386, 388, and 389? Madam Superintendent, just so that you know, and you guys may have done this in the past, it may have even come up under finance, but resolution 388, which is 388 and 389 relate to resignations. Do we keep a tally of our resignations and how that affects our balance sheet in terms of our expenditures? And perhaps this has come up before, but as I was going through these resolutions, I thought again, to what extent and when do we reconcile the savings that inure because people are resigning? A brief answer will be fine.
Well, I'm gonna have Carlene come on, but I think we certainly are looking at these numbers with regularity, but depending on whether we backfill to the, the timeliness of the backfill, I think really determines it. And then, but correct me if I'm wrong, Carlene. I mean, we're always looking at it to see where we are, but we won't know the final number until the school year is over.
Correct. Right. And with the shifts that we've had back and forth with those programs that we have, put aside, furloughed, laid off individuals, whatever, and then we are bringing additional individuals back in, perhaps earlier than anticipated or in greater numbers than anticipated. All of that has an impact on that and tally.
Commissioner Powell, you had a question?
Well, just an observation that because the layoffs occur on a last in, first out basis, if we backfill with someone with lower tenure, we're going to have some breakage in our favor, even if the position is backfilled. So,
Correct.
So I guess what I would ask, Madam Superintendent, is, and you don't have to have an answer for right now, is when do we report on that breakage, as Commissioner Powell would say? Is it reported on periodically, or you cannot do it until the end of the calendar year?
I think it's a yes and no. We certainly can tell you where we are at that moment in time. But you may bring in, one time you may bring in a teacher or a staff member that's lower and you have the breakage, but other times based on experience, it might be a little bit higher. So it's constantly in flux.
And then one of the thought to put in mind on this particular issue is
Sure.
In terms of our hiring freeze, how does that relate when you have a resignation? I know obviously some positions you have to fill.
Sure.
We have done that as a board, but how does that quick answer, how does that fit into this sort of situation?
So internally, we've changed the controls on that. Before, it just was an automatic assumption that we would backfill it. Now it has to go through, any position in the organization has to go through either Melody or Janelle, and then I have the final sign off. So it's not an automatic given that we are backfilling a position.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's it for my questions. Any other questions regarding resolutions 386, 388, and 389? All right, well, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolutions 386, 388, and 389 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. Commissioner LeBron, we will take a motion to go into executive session towards the end of the meeting on resolution 387. Next, I need a motion to discuss resolutions 391. So leave of absence without pay for those who don't have the docket.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seems like that motion, that resolution is now on the floor, 391. Is that Commissioner Adams, is that you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just need to get some understanding about this leave of absence without pay. Does that mean we're not having any expenditures, no medical coverage or anything? Is that what that means?
Steve or Chris, do you mind answering that?
Yeah, I'll give Chris a break on his first meeting. So generally, no, when people are on leaves of absence without pay, their access to healthcare, they only get, they have access to healthcare, but only if they pay 100% of their premium. So we may still have payout in the, since we're self-insured, we may still have some medical payout, but they are required to pay the full amount of their own premiums. That doesn't always translate directly into expenditures, but so it's not a zero sum, but they are without any pay and no retirement contributions, but they can choose to keep paying their health insurance if they want to. But I can't tell you specifically if these, at this moment, I can't tell you if these two people are or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You all set, Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 391? Doesn't appear that there are any additional questions, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 391 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the ayes have it. Let's move on to resolution 393. It's an amendment. Is there a motion to put resolution 393 on the floor for discussion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Resolution 393 is. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 393? All right, doesn't appear to be any questions or comments, Madam Superintendent. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 393 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. So resolution 393 has passed. And finally, we have resolution 395. It's a resolution for those of you who don't have your paperwork in front of you. Those watching, it relates to the recall from the preferred eligibility list. Madam Superintendent, if you wouldn't mind, can I have Steve or Chris explain to people who are watching what that really means? Just a brief explanation, very brief.
I will endeavor to be brief. When you're laid off and you're in a position where you're either in civil service or in certificated side, these individuals happen to be on the certificated side, you have to be laid off in order of reverse seniority. So the newest people in have to be laid off first. And then when you have vacancies that occur in the positions from which they were laid off, we're required by law to recall them in the same order. So the most senior person left on the list has to be recalled first. That's the whole law and seniority in both civil service and certificated side.
Thank you very much, Steve. Are there any questions or comments regarding resolution 395? I just wanted folks out there who might not be familiar with that phrase, which would probably be most of Rochester, to know what that process was about. So it doesn't appear that there are any questions or comments regarding Resolution 395.
Wait,
So,
President White,
Yes.
you had asked Steve to answer the question before calling for a motion and a second. So
thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, no. Moved it and Amy seconded.
that was 393. 395 hasn't,
Okay.
the question.
Stand
right.
correct.
All right. Well, that's what we got a clerk for. I sometimes miss these things. So I need a motion. Commissioner Powell, I assume that'll be your motion then? Thank you. Is there a second? Second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. That resolution is now before the Board of Education. Steve has provided us all with an explanation as to what that process is about. Are there any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 395? All right, I don't see any, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 395 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it. I did want to say that today I mentioned Rahima Wynn was joining us today. I neglected to mention two other people who are joining us today. Well, first of all, I want to say on behalf of the board, say thanks to Steve Carling. Steve has been serving the superintendents, the last two superintendents, I think, or at least Superintendent Myers, Small on, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at one time, in his capacity as HR director. As Steve, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your service. You came in at a very difficult and challenging time, which is often the case with this district, but you took on the task, and as I understand it, you did it without even thinking twice about it. And my observation has been you've done a very good job at it. So on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for stepping in, and we look forward to you returning eventually to the General Counsel's office. I also want to welcome, as I had welcomed Ms. Wynn, I want to welcome Dr. Chris Miller. He will be serving in the capacity of HR director or human capital. Are we calling it human capital or HR? I think it's human capital. And for the folks out there who aren't familiar with that position, that is probably, I'm sure Dr. Myers Small would agree with me, it's probably one of the most critical positions in the district, because everybody goes through HR to work in this district, and the salaries that we receive, the benefits that we receive, so that we can support our own families, but so that we can also, as a district, bring in the best qualified people to serve our students and our families. All that happens through HR. So Dr. Miller, welcome. And we look forward to years of service and making us a better and transform us as a district. So thank you very much. Dr. Myers Small, did you want to add anything to that, those comments?
No, thank you very much. And we are thrilled to have Dr. Miller. He did have previous experience, for those who don't realize, in a Big 5 school district in Syracuse. And Dr. Miller's expertise is in particularly in recruitment and retention of a diverse workforce. And really, without sounding too cliche, of really putting human back into human resources. He's very kind and compassionate, and relationships are critical to him. So we're looking forward to having him in our district, and I look forward to serving with him.
Thank you, Leslie, for bringing him up to our team. Again, some of those credentials, but above and beyond that, I don't know Dr. Miller, but to have someone who has a heart for, can put the heart in human services is key. And I know my colleagues would agree on that. Quite often we have been dinged because we, sometimes it has been said that we lack that as a large organization. So I'm assuming and praying and hoping, along with my colleagues, that Dr. Miller is able to do that. So thank you for bringing him to the team. All right, so next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk, we don't have any new business, do we? Nope. And then the next item on the agenda is our governance committee, and that would be Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Malloy, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, President White. Good evening to our superintendent, Dr. Myers-Small, our board monitor, Dr. Jallo, and our executive cabinet members. And also good evening to my fellow board members and those of you from the community listening in this evening. So welcome to our board governance committee meeting. For our community members listening in tonight, I'd like to just very quickly repeat the purpose of the governance committee. Our purpose here is, of course, to work with our fellow board members to determine our collective board developmental needs. We coordinate training to enhance our ability to perform our roles as commissioners. And we also are responsible for maintaining an effective working relationship with our superintendent. Our committee facilitates the orientation of our new board members, and in due time, we will be welcoming a new board member following our board process. Governance is also tasked with annually updating the superintendent and their evaluation tool, supervising and evaluating our board staff, working with board members to modify as necessary the board staff evaluation tool. And as a board, we continue to develop plans articulating how board committees will work with the full board and superintendent in coordinated effort to achieve our annual goals. The governance committee organizes board retreats for ongoing professional development. And last, but certainly not least, board governance helps oversee the implementation of the DE action items as part of the Distinguished Educators Report. Our first item of business this evening is the review and acceptance of our September 1st, 2020 Governance Committee meeting minutes. So can I get a motion to accept these minutes?
Minutes were removed from the agenda.
They were. I didn't see that. That's on my other agenda then. Okay. So I guess we don't have to do that then. Wonderful. All right. So we have 3 discussion items on tonight's governance agenda. The first is an update on the board orientation manual. Secondly, we're going to be discussing our board professional development schedule. And then finally, we're going to have a discussion about our board goals and the metrics we will use to assess our progress or completion of these goals. So first up, let's discuss the board orientation manual. Our board staff is currently working to digitize and upload the orientation manual. The board orientation manual has existed for quite some time in a hard copy format. It's the need to know guide for commissioners. In the past, we've all received hard copies of this item. We each have one of these huge binders. And I was immediately struck as a newer commissioner by how much paper was inside each of these binders and the overwhelming nature of the many documents inside. So the binder easily weighs about 8 pounds and the info is great, but not readily accessible at a moment's notice. So having this available in a digital format is going to allow for easier access for all commissioners and might also save some money on printing costs, not to mention it's a greener initiative in terms of sustainability and saving our forests. Additionally, a digital format makes most of the contents of this binder available to the general public via board docs, with the exception, of course, of confidential personnel information. This community access is critical and helps us become more transparent as a board. Last Friday, our board clerk, Ms. Wade, sent you the table of contents, which is up on the screen right now, for this orientation manual. And so I'm assuming this is appearing now on board docs. Is that correct, Ms. Wade? Is this currently up there or is it?
It is not currently up there until you approve it.
Gotcha.
It will go, it is scheduled to go live on October 31st, the last day of the month.
Okay, perfect.
Approved after the business meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So it will soon appear on board docs and will allow people to click on various parts of the manual via hyperlinks to the information. So this manual is intended to be a working document and we'll constantly be making revisions, I'm sure. The contents of the manual include the onboarding process for new commissioners via our human resources, along with other HR related general information. The manual's second section is the essential board member information, much of which continues to be revised, including such topics as the Board of Education Handbook, bylaws, liaison to schools lists, how to access board docs, a list of the committees and the chairs, as well as guides on open meeting laws, parliamentary procedure, the DE report, the RCSD Code of Conduct, and communications protocols, amongst other things. So this manual has extensive sections on board policies, policy analysts, administration policy, policy evaluation, orientation information, and information about membership in our state and local school board associations, NISBA and MISBA. And there will also be general information about the superintendent of schools in the manual, minus the confidential personnel information, like the contract and resume, for instance. In addition to all of those items, the manual includes our mission and vision statements, contact information, a district calendar, general information about the district, our action plan for the DE report. It's quite comprehensive. Organizational charts, contracts for our various bargaining units, and a general directory for employees and departments. So other resources also include, sections on the essentials of board governance and an addendum section about finance information or fiscal training information as mandated by New York State. So as you can see, and hopefully you all had a chance to peruse this, as you can see, our board manual is quite extensive. And just by looking at the table of contents, you can see how extensive this document really is. And I hope that by digitizing this, we're making it more accessible to not only ourselves, but also to the public. It's my hope that we can move forward with going completely electronic for transparency and ease of access. As this is a working document, I'm asking my fellow board members, if there's anything that you feel we might be missing at this time. Are there any comments or questions about this document? And let me go to, I don't have the screen in front of me, Kalia, so I can't see hands.
Looks like Commissioner Adams has a question.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Adams.
Would just like to see some information added on this document about whistleblower.
Oh.
It's been thrown around quite a lot about executive committee confidentiality. But whistleblower, there's a law that came out this year. We have a legal people here about reference to fraud/lying supersedes confidentiality. And so I think it would be good that us as board members to just be aware of what options we really do have. We're not Palladino. We're not him. There's all kind of options available for us. And I just think it's important that as a board member, we know all of our options. With that, I'm clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Do I have any other hands? I'm looking at my hand screen. Kalia, obviously you're making note of
Yes.
that for us. Thank you. I don't see.
No other hands right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So I'm just going to go back here. So I guess if there are no further comments, I mean, with the potential addendum that Commissioner Adams has brought up, do we need to add that before we can move this forward?
You can motion to forward it to the business meeting with the addition included.
All right.
But it does look like there are some hands from Dr. Jallo and Dr. Myers-Small. I believe she raised her hand first, and then Dr. Jallo.
Dr. Myers.
Dr. Jallo was first. Go ahead.
Oh,
Hi, good evening. I was curious as to whether the expectation is for a new board member to pick up this manual and read it on their own, and that is the orientation in and of itself, or whether there was anything else that was expected of administration or of fellow board members.
That's a great question. I know I can probably just respond just for my own onboarding process. I know that we are given normally this huge binder with everything in it. And I know that a lot of that is covered when we meet with our board clerks. But I think that we do need to have a more formalized process, of course, to address this. But I know much of this was covered. I know the HR stuff, especially, we all have appointments that we make with the HR director, and then we move forward from there. So a lot of what is in this binder we get from various departments when we do our onboarding, as is. But there's more to be done, of course, and we're going to be welcoming more people soon. So that is something definitely we want to keep on the back burner.
That actually was my question as well. What's the process? In my previous district, actually the president, the vice president, and myself actually went through some key things with the new board member or board members. And then we also set up appointments with key members of cabinet so they could understand how finances generally happen. How does HR happen? What happens in teaching and learning? Where are we currently with curriculum? Like, just to give them just a general overview of the district. And that was very much so appreciated. So I just wanted to get a sense of what we did, because I think it's hard when you just kind of hit the ground running. Mm-hmm. It also just gives that new commissioner an opportunity to meet with the administrators whom predominantly they will be working with and asking questions of. So that was just kind of my question, kind of question slash, sorry, tongue-tied, suggestion. And it just helps to form those relationships right up front rather than just meeting folks, at a board meeting, and especially being on Zoom.
Right, precisely. Thank you so much, Dr. Myers-Small, for bringing that up. I know that we've had a bit of turnover just in my short tenure on the board, but with the prior superintendent, I know personally, or speaking from personal experience, I was able to meet with the chiefs, et cetera, and made appointments, or those were made for me by the superintendent's chief of staff. So that was especially helpful. So I will make sure that we make note of that and include that in an onboarding process. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, so are there other?
It looks like President White has his hand up as well.
Okay, President White, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Malloy, I had the same experience you did, and my expectation would be similarly that, and I believe our prior clerk, at least Shanae Lee, I'd have to ask Marisol, but did facilitate arrangements with the administration. Got people their books, and that process goes back to when I was onboarded. I spoke to the superintendent, had a private meeting with the superintendent, and like you, and like Leslie had indicated, I met with all the chiefs, as many as I could at one time. And then if there were stragglers, I was given the opportunity to meet with them as well. So if that seems to have been the experience of most people, but to the extent it has not, we need to memorialize that. Kalia, did you have any experience like that? I see Ricardo's raising his hand, but
yes, I will say that is part of our onboarding process, and that's a little bit separate and apart from the orientation binder. But the board process does include, once we do have a new board member, immediately we do make appointments and work with the superintendent's office to arrange meetings with cabinet, the chiefs, and the different departments to ensure that there is a learning process that is carried on. So that's pretty much standardized. It's not, it is also kind of listed in our policy as well for onboarding of new board members. So why it is kind of standard.
I see Ricardo's hand.
So basically, I was just going to say that it is standard from what my experience was with Marisol, guiding me through everything. It just was phenomenal. So it was standard for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I see Commissioner LeBron's hand.
Yeah, I just want to add though that as new people have come on, I mean, I had a whole different set of superintendent and administrators that those meetings were set with, and perhaps as there is transition like that potentially current board members have the opportunity to meet one-on-one with new administration, because I can tell you when I was onboarded in 2018, not only were there different board members, but a different administration here, different superintendent. I know Dr. Myers and I met one-on-one, and she took the time to meet with everybody one-on-one, but there are new team members to your team, Dr. Myers, and I have not had the opportunity to meet with them one-on-one.
Right.
Just naturally because of the transition, but also COVID and other things. So I say this more directed towards Kalia as a note to potentially have conversations with administration about some of the folks who have been here for a little while to potentially meet with the superintendent and some of her new cabinet members. And I think it could be in groups of 3 too, just as a FYI.
Medisol is actually working on that, and we'll be reaching out to Kalia. We had that conversation, I believe, last week. So that will happen, Commissioner LeBron and Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, Commissioner LeBron. Duly noted. Great idea. Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I'm just gonna go. So I guess if there are no further comments or questions, Kalia, can we move this forward to the
Yes.
October 22nd at this point? All right.
Yes,
so if there are
with the addendum from Commissioner Adams.
Perfect. All right. So if there are no further comments or questions, may I please get a motion to forward this for resolution at our October 22nd business meeting?
So moved.
With the addendum from Commissioner Adams.
Second.
Okay, so I believe that President White motioned that and Commissioner Powell seconded. All right. So all in favor of moving this to the October 22nd business meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right. So moving on to our next item on the agenda this evening. It's the board professional development schedule for the 2021 school year. Let me preface this with the fact that our school year is well underway, so it's crucial we get this officially scheduled ASAP. Under the DE action plan, we're required to have a PD schedule. You were given copies of the proposed PD schedule by our board staff, and thank you for that, Callie and Francine. These topics were pulled directly from the DE report, and they have been diligently worked on. They've been diligently working on this rather for quite some time. So we are really hoping to get this finalized as quickly as possible. We've been looking into the DE action plan items per Dr. Jallo and others, as well as finance committee related recommendations by Commissioner LeBron. So thank you to you both for that. The DE action plan was incredibly thorough, and obviously I was not part of the board at that point, but I have nothing but admiration for those of you who worked so diligently on that. It's clear to me as a new-ish board member that the commissioners who worked on this created an action plan that they should be very proud of. Looking at this plan, I was immediately struck by the specificity and obvious attention to detail. I'm hoping to preserve this work while also reconciling how we move forward in the action plan and its accessibility without taking away from its overall value. If you look at what the board staff have created, they broke down some of these PD action items into different categories. This makes the schedule more accessible or more real life by this breakdown by category. I guess one could say it creates a more user-friendly experience. The categories include finance, governance, academics, operational, interpersonal collaboration, and legal. The highlighted ones have already been budgeted for and are for sure. For instance, we have a rescheduled finance PD on budgetary practices on October 15th, and I believe that is facilitated by Commissioner LeBron, our chair of finance. Commissioner LeBron, is that correct, or is someone else facilitating?
I'm not facilitating them. I'm gonna coordinate them, and Kali and I are working on an actual facilitator for them.
Fantastic, thank you, thank you. Additionally, there are 2 topics scheduled for governance professional development, or this committee, regarding meeting efficiencies and clarification professional development on superintendent governance versus management of the district. So we're still working to find facilitators for that. We will have scheduled dates for these. We will schedule dates for these as available. And I'm hoping to have facilitators for these shortly. I'll be sending out information about just some brainstorms that I've had about who we could potentially get to do these. So you'll notice that we're trying to use in-house facilitators whenever possible on these professional development trainings. Why? Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that we kind of don't have any money right now. So any type of free training or low-cost training, especially in-house, is extremely advantageous financially speaking. So what I'd like to do at this time is perhaps, hopefully you've had a chance to go through this brief schedule. And I just wanted to open it up for discussion about this calendar document. Are there other topics we should consider prior to moving forward with this draft? Or are we okay with this draft to essentially get us started for the year, which is clearly well underway, with the understanding then that we can continue to add professional development opportunities as needed? So let me just look at my other screen here. Sorry. Do we have any hands up? I'm looking for hands or discussion on this. Any additions? I'm not seeing anyone.
I'm not seeing anyone
Oh, I do.
Oh, there's one.
Adam, go ahead.
Oh, highlighted. It's already been budgeted for, right? So I'm just curious as to why we don't have. When will we have a date for this second there, the governance part?
Callie, can you jump in perhaps for the date?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So the highlighted topics have already been pretty much finalized. So as you know, Commissioner Malloy is presenting on governance, and she has pretty much approved these two that she would like to present from her standpoint. But and also in finance, budgetary practices, that's already scheduled, but we haven't yet finalized the facilitators, and based on the facilitators, we'll need to then plug in dates. So right now, we really are looking to finalize the topics so that we can move forward with finalizing the facilitators. And these are just suggestions. The things that are not highlighted are just suggestions. So looking to find another topic for finance, PD, and then also to finalize the topics for academics, operational, interpersonal collaboration has been pretty much finalized, as we do have already a facilitator identified. Everyone should be familiar with Dr. Mohammed, who has worked with the board in the past and who has been retained for the current school year. And then also we have some legal PD that has also been discussed, but want to get your ideas on whether or not we should keep these topics or we should look into others. The DE action plan had pretty much a bucket list of suggested things. And so board staff kind of took a look at that and tried to organize us as best as possible and suggested from that bucket list some of these things, but really looking to the board to direct us on finalizing.
All right. All right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Powell, go ahead.
Check me if I'm wrong. Did Callie or you just say that you're looking for other finance related PD topics?
Yes.
Okay. So my suggestion is the presentation to the whole board of the capital improvement process. The district's people put together about a 15-minute YouTube video that flies through the 17 steps, but it would be useful to present that to the whole body and dissect it so that board members have an opportunity to ask questions about each of those steps as it's been presented. It's one thing to get the overview in a video, but it's much more useful to actually dialogue about it and make sure that we test for understanding.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Well, I believe, like, Talia, correct me if I'm wrong. We can discuss that now, but I think that, is it up to the chairs to decide what to push forward?
Certainly. So the finance and governance and academics are pretty much, they fall very easily into the buckets of our committees. So it would be, I think, probably more appropriate to have the chairs finalize that. But the others, in terms of operational, interpersonal collaboration, and legal, those don't fall easily into buckets of committees. So that needs to be discussed as a group.
Okay. Now, is there an understanding, Talia, that moving forward, that we could approve this with the understanding that we will add other topics later? Or do we need to approve all the topics prior to pushing this forward to our October 22nd meeting?
Would need to approve the topics before we move forward. We can approve without the dates and the facilitators, but we do need to finalize the plan at least so that we know what we're moving forward with.
Okay. If I could just ask Commissioner LeBron, as Chair of Finance, how did you feel about the suggestion, or did you have other suggestions for the Finance PD?
Well, we sent actually out a survey, and that's how we determined the topics. And if that wasn't on the topics for the survey that we put out, then right now it won't be. So it could be kicked back to either a full board business meeting, or someone else can take it on.
Okay. Are there any other topics for finance that we want to approve of tonight?
I would only add, for clarification, I am certain that it was part of my response to the survey, the suggestion that I already made. I just don't know how the overall survey broke down. So I can only speak for having raised this before as a topic. It's an incredibly complex process. We see resolutions on the capital improvement process many times in the life cycle of our expenditure of capital improvement funds, but it's really easy to lose track of the individual pieces and to recognize that this is something we've already approved, or step 1 and step 2 and step 3 of, and so on. So just to clarify, I do believe that it was part of my response to the survey. I just don't know how everyone collectively responded to that survey.
So I could probably speak to that, Commissioner Malloy. The survey results will be shared in our next Finance Committee meeting. Commissioner Powell, your response was definitely in there as a write-in, but so no one else was able to vote on it. They kind of voted along the lines of the suggestions that were given. What I am suggesting is we could merge the FMP presentation and add the capital improvement process PD as one. And so we could do a PD on the FMP, the Facilities Modernization Program, and then also the capital improvement plan, and have that as one of the operational PDs. Would that suffice?
Thanks for clarifying. That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. Kalia, would we be able to push this through even with those additions?
We can push through with the additions, but we need to have,
we need consensus, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, so just a quick, I guess, poll. Would anyone be opposed to going that route? I'm not hearing any objections. So, and I don't see any other hands. So I guess if there's no further discussion, I'd like to motion to move this forward to our October 22nd business meeting for approval. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President White. Thank you, commissioners. All right. Well,
Need a vote really quickly? If
oh,
possible?
yes, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right. So thank you, commissioners. All right, finally, we need to discuss the metrics for the board goals that we developed with the help of Sherry Johnson from the Monroe County School Boards Association. Ms. Johnson had a follow-up meeting with the board staff and with me following last month's governance meeting. Ms. Johnson then provided us with a set of recommendations after analyzing the board recommendations from our last discussion at the last governance meeting, as well as at our last follow-up meeting that we had. So about a week ago, she sent some recommendations with an explanation. So if we've got that working document pulled up. Thank you. Sherry Johnson recommended that we simplify our metrics. I know we had quite the discussion and we were getting quite specific in our discussion, which can be a good thing. But she recommended that we simplify the metrics and narrow it down to no more than 3 metrics per category. And although the work to accomplish these goals is highly complex, requiring much collaboration with district administration, it was highly recommended that we create meaningful yet achievable metrics, according to Ms. Johnson. In fact, she helped analyze and compare our potential metrics with those used by other Big 5 districts. And I feel that she gave us some sage advice in this regard. We looked at potential redundancies, for instance, in our lists, as well as kept the metrics as general as possible. And we can expand on these metrics later as we work through them. The board goal metrics are intended to be simplified. And we will include more specific action items or process related items or criteria in our year-end reflections or just the self-reflective process. Bear in mind, it is critical that we move forward with these metrics so as to align them with Dr. Meyer's her plans for the district. And we're almost a month into the school year. So just in my opinion, these simplified metrics are going to offer us a chance to reconcile our plans and forge ahead. And they give us sort of a sound starting point upon which to reflect on in June of 2021 at year's end. So I'd like to open up discussion on these, maybe one at a time. We're going to start with the metrics for improving the financial condition of RCSD. I will read through these recommended metrics that Sherry Johnson helped us come up with. And I just want to say thank you to the board staff for all the work that you did on helping to modify these. So then we'll open up our discussion at this time. So let me just go over to, sorry, I've got to switch screens here, my bad. Why am I not seeing this? There we go. Okay, so the first board goal that we came up with was improving the financial condition of RCSD. And Sherry Johnson recommended that we have no more than 3 metrics per category. So the first was, reviewing RCSD's financial policies through the work of the Finance Committee, Policy and Audit Committees in concert with the superintendent to develop and improve recommendations for updated policies rather, regulations and improved financial oversight. And of course, working as a committee of the whole to develop budget parameters and priorities for cost efficiencies for this school year. And then finally, developing legislative positions like our legislative agenda to advocate at all levels for more funding. I'm going to open up the conversation here. I just need to put my participant screen. Are there any comments regarding this? I see Commissioner Powell's hand. Go ahead.
Looking at that first goal, my first reaction to all 3 of these is that they of these metrics is they're essentially pass-fail, as opposed to, either we're reviewing it or we're not, right? Either we're working through committees of the whole or we're not. I wonder, and that might be perfectly appropriate for this one, but if I see that that's through all of the goals, I would ask us to really stretch our imaginations how we could create a scale of success, or total neglect versus, done a pretty good job versus really hit it out of the ballpark.
Right, and I think that the way that Sherry Johnson had described this to us was more just the simplification process, and then looking at what the superintendent's plans are for the district, that is how it's going to be realized. So I don't know, Callie, if you can add to what Sherry was trying to express about why she felt it needed to be sort of that pass-fail, as opposed to I don't want to say complicating things, but she really felt that we needed to pare it down.
So I can speak to it a little bit. I do know that when we approached the secondary conversation after that last governance meeting where we talked about the fact that, metrics really need to be more concrete and be tied to figures, Sherry kind of cautioned us in that because the board's purview is really, we are allowed to have policies. We function in that way of having policies, of providing governance over the district through the superintendent. So the superintendent will be presenting those concrete and tabular type of data points that we will be able to review. But for us to have those, it would be a little bit more difficult. ORS will look more wordy and will look more like a yes or no. Did we do this? Did we not do this? Just simply because of the way the board works is what I was able to gather from that conversation. So I know that wherever possible, we tried to put in parameters like, annual review or quarterly review where we see fit. But it is much harder at this level to really tie to those concrete data points that I do recognize that persons really want to see those though.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Callie. I appreciate that. I need to go back to my participant screen. I don't see any other hands in this regard. Oh, now we've got some. President White, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just piggyback on what Commissioner Powell said, and maybe I misinterpreted what you said, Willa, but I think it lacks, it's not concrete at all. And obviously it seems that was intentional, but I can tell you this about the lack of specificity. When it comes to people judging us, they don't judge us on this stuff. I mean, this stuff is a means to an end, but what people say is your budget balanced? And how many years in a row have you had a balanced budget, right? What is your graduation rate? What is your ELA and math scores? How many of your students of color have AP courses? There's a reason behind specificity because that's what people demand. And when things go awry and they don't go the way they should, yeah, they do look at the superintendent, but by and large, they look at the board. So unless we have some level of specificity in these goals and or are very clear to our superintendent what our goals are for her or his performance, I see where Sherry's coming from, but that may be the experience of school boards where the car is in automatic drive and they're averaging a 95% graduation rate. So you can be a little less specific. I think whether we like it or not, we are judged by performance indicators. And I would be hard pressed. I mean, just reviewing, it says 1A says reviewing RCSD financial policies through the work of the Finance Committee, policy and other committees in concert with the superintendent. We should be doing that, absolutely. But unless we're driven by having a balanced budget, so many years in a row. And we can say that about graduation rates. Can't say that about our budget. So I don't know. I hear where Sherry's come from, and I appreciate her counsel and advice, but I think in the end, it's not very practical advice for an urban district to not have very specific.
Yeah, and I do appreciate where you're coming from, President White, but I think at the same time, Sherry's not just advocating on behalf of Monroe County schools, but she also, you looked at our metrics and compared them to the Big Five districts. So she was looking at Buffalo, at Syracuse. So, and it's also, you've got to look at what the board's purview is. We don't want to go into, in this regard, these are our overall overarching goals for the district. And it's really up to our superintendent and our administration to achieve some of those goals with their own academic plan. So I would argue that not simplicity, because it's not simplistic, but I would argue here that we need to simplify it because we're not the ones running our school district or the day-to-day operations of our district. That's not our purview as a board. And I think we've been accused in the past of that micromanagement piece. And I think that we need to be cognizant of it. So are we going to be looking at those metrics that you mentioned? Are we going to be looking at graduation rates, access to AP courses, et cetera? Of course we are, and we should be. But does this need to be reflected in underneath the metrics? It should be straightforward to the public, a yes or no with those metrics that Sherry helped us come up with. And then it's our superintendent who is making sure that her policy is aligned to this, and she's the one running our district. Those are my 2 cents. I see another hand, Dr. Jallo.
Yeah, President White kind of read my notes, I think, because he said pretty much what I was going to say. But minimally, I think one of those goals or metrics has to be around a balanced budget. I think to ignore that in this process would not be a good thing for the district.
So let me look for some other hands here. I don't see any other hands at this time. How do you all feel about perhaps replacing one of these metrics then with something more specific as a balanced budget? Would it make sense to, and which one would we take away? Oops, I don't see any hands on the participations. Dr. Myers-Small.
No, I'll let you finish your conversation. I was going to insert something about having definitive metrics when we get to the academic piece. So I'll let you get through this piece.
Okay.
I believe President White had raised his hand. It wavered. I wasn't sure if he was raising it anew or not.
Okay. Go ahead, President White.
It is literally an old hand, but it is a new hand symbolically. I want to just very briefly reflect on some of the history here, and it sheds no light on Superintendent Myers-Small. When we had metrics like this, and I personally, just me, I don't even look at these as metrics. The metrics, I think of metrics as numbers. But I can tell you this. We've generally operated like this as a board. For example, on the issue of finances, we've said we're going to develop legislative positions that will advocate at all levels of funding. Have we gotten any more money from Albany? No. Or from City Hall? No. We've had policies to work with Finance Committee, and we have deferred to superintendents. And so we've done this approach before, but unless you have numbers or specific performance objectives like a balanced budget, which implies a numerical goal, or, I think one of the reasons why we've done better on graduation rates, because like with Racehorse Blinders, we have said we are going to increase our graduation rate. We haven't just said, annually reviewing all metrics. We said we're going to, or in concert with says approving the Rochester City School District strategic plan, annually monitoring with enrollment, attendance, achievement across all student groups, graduation rates. We've been saying that generic stuff for years, and our graduation rate got to 39%. And then when the board started saying, okay, we're going to move this number, that's when the numbers started to move. And by the way, I think, Commissioner Malloy, I think there's a compromise, and that may be making sure that the more specific but generic expression of metrics here finds its way into the superintendent's performance evaluation. In other words, you've got to meet these particular benchmarks. But my fear is, and it's just from my experience, that when you're generic like this in a huge urban district like ours, and I can't speak for Buffalo. I haven't been there, never worked there. They have maintained some level of success, but they haven't always had it. I can just speak from our experience here. When we're very generic, like, hey, let's make sure our kids are fed good meals. But it took a board member, Commissioner Vice President Elliott, to step in and say, wait a second, these meals are not appropriate. So I'm hoping that there's some kind of compromise language, but I got to tell you, I wouldn't just want to see it in finance. I would want to see some articulation in some way. Maybe it doesn't have to be a specific number, but a specific assessment that says, like, even if you look at 2A, it says approving the strategic plan annually, monitoring with an emphasis on enrollment, attendance achievement across all student groups, graduation rates, access to high level work. That, for example, that graduation rate doesn't say anything about where we expect it to be. And again, whether it is by law, the superintendents, and there's lots of arguments about this, whose responsibility it is under the education law. The reality is, when push comes to shove, when the rubber hits the road, the community looks to the board, or they blame the board. So I'm hoping we can come up with some compromise language.
Well, I mean, I certainly hope that we can come up with compromise language too. I know, again, this was distributed to all of the board members, and you had an opportunity to make those types of suggestions or lack of, prior to coming to the meeting. So obviously, if we need to rework this, we certainly can. But again, these were recommended by Sherry Johnson, and these recommendations were made when considering other Big Five districts as well. And yeah, we have a lot of work to do, but it's also, you have to look at what the board's purview is in this regard, and we will be looking at all of those numbers. I don't know if that's the intent. The intent rather is to have it in this particular document. So I know, let me just go to my participant screen. I know that there were other people who have raised their hands. Dr. Myers, did you want to wait until the next section, or?
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait till you get through it, and then okay. I'll circle back.
I'm not sure who was first, but I see Commissioner Powell. Go ahead.
The specificity we're looking for, I think, can be targeted in the second goal, academic achievement. I think that's the place where we finesse the wording so that we essentially commit to holding the superintendent accountable for those metrics. But so not to get ahead of myself, going back to the financial piece and the suggestion of balanced budget, I almost think that we could move the legislative development of the legislative agenda to the equity column.
Mm-hmm.
It is an
equity, so that would make sense.
It is an equity issue. I closed my Word document, so I can't see all of the the metrics, all of the goals on the screen. I'm not sure where, if there's just an A and a B, then there's room for a C. So yeah, I think we could put a balanced budget proposal as the new 1C. But I also have a concern. One of the things that I think that we as a board need to press for is a very specific piece of legislation, and that is a new fiscal independence agreement with the city. And I say that as a board because if I'm the only one that's making the suggestion, it's not going to happen, right? We have to agree upon it as a mission of the board and for the district. And that's the only reason I raised this issue of the fiscal independence agreement, is that I am of the belief that the district will suffer until we have a strong codified relationship laid out in writing with the city. And I would think that that would have to fall in as a goal in the one, under goal number 1, even if we had to create metric D to execute that.
And could that be possibly part of the balanced budget?
I don't believe so. I don't.
Make it 1, and if we moved C where it says developing legislative positions, you had recommended perhaps moving that to number 3, which only has 2 metrics to begin with. So your suggestion.
I would suggest that a balanced budget it can be added to 1B.
Okay.
Because you're already talking about the development of the budget. It can be, and that's the natural logical conclusion of developing the budget. I feel strongly that committing to a fiscal independence agreement with the city is a mission unto itself, because it has implications for our borrowing. It has implications to our chargebacks. Yes, those are part of the budget, but there's more. But there's more to a fiscal independence agreement than just the year-over-year budgets.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I actually would be remiss, though, in this regard, if I didn't ask our finance chair, Commissioner LeBron, how she felt about that suggestion, because I know she chairs our finance committee. Oops, I'm not sure if she heard. Okay, we'll come back. I did see another hand. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I just don't see 1C as being generic. I see a lot of stuff in there in that statement there. And I also advocating for all levels for adequate funding. I know we just hired quite a few. I might be exaggerating, but I think we hired quite a few, more than 2 grant writers. That's advocating for funding. That's their whole job. I think we might have hired 3 or 4 of them. I've always been a proponent about marching on Albany. And so I think it's important that do something different. The other ways have not been working. We've gotten just further and further in the hole. So I don't really think this is generic. I think if it's by itself, it's self-explanatory. People can break it down. I can break it down from my own understanding. That's just me. That's my little 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you. Just looking for other hands. Commissioner Powell, was that an old hand or?
Oh, I wanted to reply to Commissioner Adams. I agree with his point about the advocacy, but I'm only suggesting that it needs to be part of the equity goal rather than the fiscal goal. It kind of to make room for other metrics under fiscal. What I was saying that could be combined was 1B. We could add the concept of a balanced budget to the items in 1B. I wasn't recommending any change to the language of 1C. I was only suggesting that we move it.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I'm looking for any other hands. Oh, looks like President White. Go ahead.
Yes, I don't disagree with anything Commissioner Adams said or Commissioner Powell about moving C to equity. I just want to return to this conversation about metrics. I'm not a student of it, but if for those who are students of it, ignore this definition, but I think it's important. It says metrics are standards of measurements by which efficiency, performance, progress, or quality of a plan, process, or product can be assessed. There's another definition. Metrics are parameters or measures of quantitative assessment used for measurement, comparison, or to track performance or production. Again, what I think is lacking in some of these is the measure by which we will judge our success or failure. So, for example, reviewing RCSD financial policies through the work of the Finance Committee would not be a metrics. It clears important work. So when I hear the word metrics, I'm thinking of measurements of success or failure. And in the end, in the public dialogue, whether they understand the word metrics or not, that's what they are looking for too. So I think, and let me apologize, Commissioner Malloy, this was probably an email that of the hundreds that I get, that I missed. And you're right, I should have reviewed this before coming today's meeting, so it would have meant this meeting could be much more productive. Guilty as charged. I should have, and I must have missed it, and I apologize for that. But I did want to offer this input, and I think that the definition of metrics is actually, as fancy as it sounds, is actually consistent with how the community judges us. They want the numbers. So unless we incorporate that kind of language, that kind of perspective in these metrics, we will be failing our superintendent, because our superintendent should have some expectation about what is expected. And in our community's eyes, we will have failed because we haven't set what, and again, it doesn't have to be numeric. For example, you could say, we will have a balanced budget, you know, or in terms of academics, which we'll get to, we will have a 3 or 4% increase in graduation rates every year. There will be parity in our AP courses, which could go to equity issues. So again, I apologize for not responding earlier, but I would be remiss if I didn't share that that's how I look at metrics. And I think, quite honestly, I think that's how the community looks at it too.
Well, and I can appreciate that, President White. So I appreciate that you're sharing that. And again, you're not in the field of education. So I just want to throw that out there.
That's true.
You know, metrics can also mean yes or no. And part of this, you know, in approving these board goals, we need to be collaborating rather very closely with our superintendent for her actual plan to run the district. It doesn't mean that we're putting all this undue pressure on her. We have hired someone to run our district. And I think a lot of these metrics can be yes or no. And we should be deferring to our superintendent for that sort of expertise, because she is the expert in the field of education. So I think in terms of board governance, I think yes or no metric in this category, as Sherry Johnson recommended, is completely, we will be looking at those numbers in collaboration with our superintendent. But at the same time, I think that, you know, these are succinct and to the point. So I think that you have to look at like the definition of metrics here. And I think in our regard, in our purview as a board, we should be considering more of a yes or no response, with the expectation that we will be carefully analyzing our superintendent's plan and looking at those more specific numbers. So that's my opinion. Do we have any other hands at this point? Let's see.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Yellow.
So, I mean, given what you just stated, what do you think about the idea that you do not have a goal or a metric, related to, you know, financial solvency or closing the budget or financial stability? You can have an advocate and they could be searching for adequate funding and it doesn't move the dial on your financial solvency. You can have a committee with budget parameters and priorities and it won't move necessarily the dial as it relates to your financial solvency. The same with the above. So I do think, regardless of whether you include numbers or not, or specificity, I've already stated my humble opinion on that one, but I do think that you need something to state that is something that the board will be concentrating on, financial stability.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jallo. Duly noted. And I'm going to see if there are any other participants here. All right, so I guess obviously this isn't going to move forward this evening. I would only say that we need to consider that our year is underway and we do need to get something rolling on this so that the superintendent can reconcile this with her own plan for the district. But let's move on. I guess, like Kalia, you've noted recommended changes.
Yes, and I would humbly suggest that we can table this with the, I know there have been several suggestions that I can fold into the draft and recirculate it. And then would ask the board members if they have additional suggestions to please send them our way so we can infuse them, and then we can bring it back to another meeting for vote at that point. But really hoping to push this forward as now we're heading into the next governance meeting will be in November, and we still haven't established board goals and metrics.
I'm wondering if there's any possibility perhaps that this can, if we move this forward in some way with the addendums that we're making or just the changes that we're making, can we approve this prior to a governance meeting, just as our year is already underway, so we don't have to wait until November?
Sure. So we could add this particular point to a special meeting agenda, just the beginning of the meeting. So just like Commissioner Adams was able to talk about the Family Engagement Day without convening the CIGR meeting, we could do this as a special meeting agenda item. We have audit next week, Tuesday, and finance the following Tuesday.
Okay. So I mean, obviously we need to clarify these goals. I just want to add this in regards, and we still have others to talk about the other metrics. I would just say that it's unfair to the leaders of our district who are trying to move our district forward when we don't have a clear goal or clear sets of goals for them moving forward. So I will need help from my peers on this to formalize these and push this through so that Dr. Myers-Small and her team can work with these, and then they can do what they need to do. We need to be clear in our goals to them. Otherwise it sets them up for failure or isn't clarifying some of our expectations. So I just wanted to add that. Let's move on just to the other metrics for the other categories.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yes, President.
Yeah, as you all know, the community doesn't know this, but under the bylaws, I'm required and take great pleasure in meeting with my board colleagues, chairs of various committees. The bylaws actually require that, and you all know that last cycle, I had a number of meetings with you individually as chairs. So what I can propose is that you and I, and of course you can meet with other board members as well, as part of that bylaw requirement, that I meet with the chairs, that you and I get together sometime sooner than later and discuss this particular issue and perhaps reach some kind of resolution that we can get to the board as Ms. Wade has indicated, long in advance of November. We don't, as she indicated, we don't have to wait until November to have this come back up, and we'll get it back on the agenda. And if in my conversations with you as part of the bylaw meeting that I'm required to have with chairs of different committees, and you're meeting with other people, maybe we can reach some compromise language and get this moving forward as you want to move it forward.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, President White. I'm just looking at a participant screen. I don't see any other hands at this time. Just so that we get some discussion going, Kelly, if you could just scroll up a little bit. Our second board goal was obviously to increase academic achievement. And so obviously we need to approve the RCSD strategic plan. So you can see in front of you the 3 metrics that Sherry had helped us come up with. And I think it might be, if there isn't further discussion, I think that Dr. Small wanted to chip in here.
Right. So all I wanted to say is that, and some of you spoke to this, if you want more definitive metrics, at least throughout this, we could pull in, there are very definitive metrics once you see the finalized strategic plan that could be pulled in here in this specific section. But I just also want to add, I'm working on finalizing my goals, but I want them to be in concert with yours. So as Commissioner Malloy said, my concern is it's October 6th today. I'd rather not wait till November. We want to make sure we're solidified, both the board and superintendent and the strategic plan. So whatever I can do to help with this process, I'm happy to as well.
Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small, much appreciated. Let's see if there are any hands in that regard. I do see Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, I am surprised that as I read this, that developing the district goals, the superintendent's goals, isn't explicitly stated. And as the Board of Education, kind of get back to President White's point, is that our job is to hold the superintendent accountable after agreeing to district goals and metrics, right? So if the only bullet point where the superintendent is explicitly named is 2C, if it were reworded to include, develop the district goals or the superintendent's goals in concert with the superintendent, and ending the sentence with "and hold her accountable through performance reviews." I think that would go a long way towards satisfying, a long way towards wrapping a bow around the district's goals, superintendent's goals, and drawing us into that conversation in the appropriate oversight way.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I'm looking for any other hands in this regard. All right, and I think just moving on quickly, because I know we want to move forward tonight. In terms, our third board goal was to increase equity for all students. If we could quickly take a look at that. I know that we had discussed moving one of the metric items from the finance down to this one instead, as per Commissioner Powell's recommendation. So yeah, is there anything else you feel that we are missing from this particular board goal at this time? Let me look for my participant screen. I do see President White. Go ahead.
No, that was a mistake.
Oh, no worries.
I was trying to applaud what Willis said, and I think I pressed the wrong.
I see it. It looks like an applause symbol.
Sorry.
Sorry, I just clearly need bifocals. All right. Dr. Jallo, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the other academics, but I think, and it might be equity too, there has to be something about the designated schools. I think the disproportionate number of schools that are identified as CSI or TSI or have you on a list in the state that no one else is really on. So I think it's incumbent upon the district and the board to acknowledge those schools and include that in your goals as something you're trying to achieve in terms of getting them in good standing.
Okay. So perhaps it would behoove us just as a board and in concert with working with our superintendent, Kalia, perhaps we need to meet again at some point this week if we could. Sit down, kind of clarify some of the metrics and for all of these goals. And if possible, perhaps sit down with Dr. Myers-Small as well to see, I know we'll be more specific down the road, but I would certainly appreciate her input as well on this, and perhaps Dr. Jallo can meet as well just to help bring some clarity to some of these metrics. And then we can bring something back, I'm hoping, next week so that we can get this accomplished. How does the board feel about that? Do we have a consensus that in this regard? I'm not seeing. President, is that your hand now? Is that a real hand?
Yeah, that is a real hand. And I agree with Dr. Jallo on the last comment about receivership schools and maybe even being more ambitious, increasing the number of schools in good standing. I think that this is the whole metrics idea. And I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Malloy, but the compromise may be that conversation that Willa was referring to, or the changing in the language, so that there's a clear nexus between what our expectations are in terms of metrics, in terms of her performance, and there should be some language that gets us there, some maybe even generic building language that gets us to her, that references her performance expectations, and the number of schools in good standing, or the number of schools in receivership, reducing those number of schools. I think that would build community confidence if they're, and again, give Leslie some specific direction about where the board wants to be.
All right, thank you very much, President White. I'm looking for any other hands, and I don't see any at this time. So yeah, duly noted all of the comments that we've heard tonight. So thank you for that. Kalia, it looks like we'll just need to schedule a meeting ASAP to sit down and just discuss this a bit further so that we can move forward with more specific board metrics for our board goals. So
sounds good. So I will add to the special meeting agenda for next week, Tuesday.
Okay. Well, special meeting meaning for passing this through, or for actually
for the next iteration of it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Will we meet prior though?
Yes, and we will. Yeah, will we meet prior to discuss what that will look like?
All right.
Chairperson Malloy, I sent a text. People realize we're multitasking here. I sent a text to Francine asking that she set up a meeting between you and I, but we could broaden it. And as you all know, the rules about public meetings, obviously Dr. Jallo could be invited, maybe someone from the superintendents, but I think we can get this, some latest iteration reframed and get it to the next meeting.
Fantastic. And yes, I also meant to invite you and Vice President Elliott as well. Apologies for any disrespect there. But yeah, we will definitely meet and discuss. So I guess if there aren't any, further comments or questions, I'd like to, I guess we're through our agenda. 2 out of 3 isn't bad, I guess. So that concludes our governance agenda this evening. Our next meeting, of course, is November 3rd, 2020. And with that, I hand the gavel over to our board president, President White. Thank you.
I don't see him on the inventory. Did we lose a connection?
It does look like he, hold on one second. I am letting him back into the room.
Gotcha.
There we are.
I just want to say that I finished under time for the record.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I just got cut off. So, so you finished, Commissioner Malloy?
Yes, I did. I handed the gavel back over to you, President White.
Oh, and 10 minutes to spare, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, let's use that extra 10 minutes as efficiently as we can. Next item on the agenda is the Policy Committee. Thank you for turning the gavel back over to me as chair. Quick question, Kalia. I thought when I was looking at the bylaws, I looked under the policy, the committee chairs, the committee section, and I thought we revised that portion of the bylaw so that it included what each of the committees did. Did we not, or am I just imagining that?
No, the bylaws doesn't do a description of the policy of the committees in there, but it does list them. So right now, the last iteration updated to add the ESA committee, but there's no descriptions in the actual.
Maybe where I recall us doing that or seeing that was perhaps in the orientation manual. But the reason why I look there is we've got good chairs of our committees that each time in one of these committee meetings, they describe, as Commissioner Malloy did, I know Commissioner Adams has done it, describe the purpose of their committees. And I'm thinking maybe at some point in the future, we ought to maybe revise our bylaws so that if somebody wanted to look to see what these committees do, they could see that. But let me follow the theme of my colleagues and provide my best description of what the policy committee does. Our goal is to ensure compliance through policy of federal, state, local laws, court decisions. The other purpose behind the policy committee is to overall set the ideas or a plan of action. That's how a lot of people define policies in different areas. I think the policy committee, in my mind, ensures that there is fairness in the district. It ensures that the district operates effectively. And how we accomplish or implement this plan of action or these policies is we review existing policies and procedures regularly. And as you have reported, you will report in a few minutes how we propose to do that now. That's if we have an existing set of policies that we gather together. That is our plan of action. And in terms of harassment in the workplace, our policies related to academics, all that is housed in one policy manual. And part of the thing that we do is we review that policy manual regularly. And you, Ms. Wade, will describe perhaps how we will do that going forward. And then the other thing that we do in policy is the policy committee is we look at that, for lack of a better phrase, that plan of action or those set of ideas about how the district operates effectively and fairly. We look at that policy manual and we sometimes update it out of necessity or because we feel that new changes are needed. That's my best description of the work of the policy committee. Again, it's the overarching plan of how the district will pursue any number of areas within the district, including academics, employment, and so forth. So having said that, what we're going to discuss today in policy is have a discussion about policy. We're going to update you on the policy deliverables matrix and the policy update chart. And we're also going to give you, if there is any update from the New York State School Board Association policy. So Kalia, why don't you lead us through that discussion since you are our policy expert extraordinaire?
I don't know if I could accept that title.
You can.
I'm still learning. But I will say that the first thing is kind of an update on the Code of Conduct review. If persons recall from the last meeting that where we included the School Climate Advisory Committee members and we began the discussion of the matrix where we went through all the a few of the recommendations to updating the Code of Conduct as a policy. That, as you saw, took quite a bit of time. And so in rethinking how we go about doing this, we are proposing, after meeting in our preview policy meeting, we are proposing, Carl and I are proposing that we move the discussion to a smaller work group where we pull together those the chairs of the School Climate Advisory Committee or deputies or General Counsel Carl Christoph, myself, to go through the matrix on a more a detailed kind of operation rather than doing it through the policy committee, because it really does take up quite a bit of the agenda and it's very hard to follow on the screens. So if we could move that to a subgroup and then come to a consensus on where all of us are aligned, then put it back on the policy committee's agenda to look at that point, we wouldn't have to go through point by point, but we would kind of be at a point where we could discuss more freely. So that is the suggestion. That's the proposal that I am asking, and if President White could do a motion on that, then we could move forward in that format. The next time that we would be able to provide the next time we'll be able to provide an update to the policy committee, we're thinking we'll get through it by the December 1st policy committee meeting. And at that point, we would be able to do a public hearing. We would be able to move forward by getting a board vote to update the policy and move forward from there. But as it is right now, if we were to continue chipping away in policy committee, it would take really a lot of time. So that's the proposal.
So does anybody have any opposition to proceeding in the way as described by Ms. Wade? Let me go on my participant list. I see Commissioner LeBron raising her hand.
Elliot, just wondering what the timeline based on your proposal would be in comparison to doing it the way we did it before.
Okay, so just to answer that, so right now, the last meeting we did the first, I believe we did the first 10 based on my notation. There are 53 recommended points on there, but there are also sub points under that. So some points have like a subpart A, B through D. So if we are going to use that, we would be well into next year before we would have gone through, depending on how long the discussions take. If we're able to take it into the sidebar with the representatives that I've named, we could meet weekly and try and get through that matrix in a more formal process. And again, we've determined kind of just looking at things that we would be able to present it at the December 1st policy committee meeting for consideration.
And then just as a follow-up, it would include representatives from.
Yes, that would include, yes. And we would invite the chairs just like they would have been in the policy committee meeting.
Okay, I support it.
Any other questions or comments? So
Commissioner Adams.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, thanks. And then, yeah, Commissioner Adams.
So you pretty much answered what I wanted to know, but when would you move forward with the meetings of the side group or subcommittee?
We would try and move forward as soon as possible next week. I have to move forward with your motion. So once you say yes to this, I would then be able to reach out to the chairs and we could set up a schedule to meet weekly on this leading up to the December 1st policy meeting. And commissioners are invited to attend. The only thing is that we cannot, of course, have quorum or else we'd have to go into a special meeting.
Any other questions?
Right.
Go ahead. Any other questions or comments? I'm looking at the screen. I don't, if Carl's still around, I don't think it requires any kind of motion. I think you've heard the board. If no one seems to be opposed to you proceeding in the way in which you've clearly described, then that's the way you can proceed. So I don't think there is any objection to it. You answered a couple of questions, so why don't you pursue it in that way? If Francine is listening, I'd like to participate if possible, if I can get it on my schedule. But yeah, people have a great degree of trust in the work that you're doing, and you guys have been doing this for a while, so that would be great. All right, next you were going to discuss the update on the policy deliverables and policy update chart.
Yes, so the administration and board staff has been working very closely to try and update, to get to a consensus of being in a good place with our policies. As many people know, we are quite behind in updating our policies. And we are also quite behind on some of the deliverables that have been listed in our policies. Some of them, the board has not received some of the reports for about two to 3 years on some of these things. And in terms of the policies, some of these need to be updated as far back as the 1990s. We really should be really updating our policies with more regularity. The challenge is that as a large district, we have very many policies, well over 300, and it does take quite some time to update policies. I did talk to the Buffalo City School District as well as Syracuse. Dr. Myra Small and I had a discussion. She talked about updating policies in the district previously, and that took, I believe, Dr. Myra Small, you said it was 3 years. That is how long it took there. And for Syracuse, it took about 3.5 years. Chipping away at them on our end, I can imagine it will take some time, and we have very many other issues that we want to be focusing on. Additionally, there are other policies that the superintendent is interested in raising. I know that different commissioners have other suggestions for policies to be developed as well. Commissioner LeBron, right now she's talked to you about creating a budget transfer policy. The challenge with updating our policy manual is that it will take significant time away from doing those things. That's another reason why we're moving forward in this way with the code of conduct, so that we have more time in our meeting to focus on the policies that we really need to focus on, which right now are the academic policies and or fiscal policies. I have reached out, and this is another proposal that's coming to the board. I've reached out to NYSBA to find out if they can assist us with updating our policies. And they do provide a policy update service. The situation is that we would need to contract with them to provide that service, and it does come at a cost. And I can share the 2 different contract options that they have provided in executive session. But the board would need to agree to that, and basically they would take our policy manual and would update it with frequent communication with us, and they would ensure that it also is updated and reflected correctly online as well. And then also they would continue the service of providing us with updates thereafter, so that we stay on track with keeping up with it after it's done. So that is the other proposal I wanted to put forward to the board.
Any response to that? We don't have to make any decisions tonight. Kaya is still looking for additional information from the possible vendor, but I think her idea was to just plant that seed. But if anybody wants to comment on it tonight, because I know one of your pressing questions is going to be how much is it going to cost?
And I do have those contracts now. I received it just before the meeting, but I can share in executive session those.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So why don't we let's do that in the executive session then? Any other comments or questions upon that part of her presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Commissioner Powell. Thanks. And I also see Commissioner LeBron.
So I agree that our policy review has fallen behind, and in part because we focused on new state mandates and on some of the most difficult and contentious policies in our book. But I can also tell you that my career started by essentially creating the first manual in 1999. I'm sorry, 1997, from disparate pieces and my starting place was from a contract with NYSBA. I think that we could do this without a new contract, and I'd offer my services to work through the policy, reviewing policies just to make sure they're current and acceptable. There's a way to do this that, you basically work with the least controversial policies, and you just get them out of the way. You just, you figure out what policies have are perfectly fine, that nobody has a problem with, and you give them, we as a board give those our stamp of approval, and narrow it down to what are the policies that we have areas of contention around. And then, by the time we get through all the ones that nobody has any issue with, we'll be through 90% of it.
Commissioner LeBron?
I think for me, I really, and Kali, I'll hear out the prices. Obviously, I definitely want to understand the cost of it. But on the flip side of that is also the fact that our role as commissioners is policy and governance and the budget. And if we're not making the time for that, and we're getting paid for that, then I would question, why are we getting fully paid if we're not doing the job we're paid to do in full part? So if we were to go that route, then my suggestion would be that we would all take a pay cut in order to afford to have NYSBA do that work, since that is something that they're going to undertake. I also am a little leery because I really want in the next couple of years for this board to really look at and examine policy from an anti-racist lens. And I don't think that NYSBA will provide that. It's not to knock down NYSBA, so let me put this out there, but I've gone to some of the big five and just board meetings where there are board members from the entire state of New York, and even in other larger districts and smaller districts, we are not represented, Black and brown people. So I struggle with that. I'll hear you out on the prices and what that means, but I just want to put it out there that I wholeheartedly believe our roles as board members is policy, governance, and budget. And if we're not going to be doing that, then we should pay for it with our paychecks, and certainly look at how we do that from an anti-racist lens. And I know things have fallen behind because we don't have a strong chair right now for policy. So that also has to be taken into account. That's all.
Any other more gracious comments about the work that needs to be done?
I have my hand raised, President Weiss.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I do, I've listened to what everyone has said. And one of the things I did want to add is, I think I agree with Commissioner LeBron. I think if we really make a concerted effort, it can be done. As I shared with Kalia, this was a laborious process, but we were able to really churn through a significant amount of policies. But the difference here, and again, I don't know if this is even the right time to bring this up, we did not have 7 board members, commissioners on the policy. It was 3 board members with myself and the assistant superintendent for human resources. And we divvied them up according to different areas of the organization. So we had our academic policies, we had our inclusive education or special ed policies, et cetera. And what we did was in cabinet, Geraldine and I would go over those and divvy them out and say, okay, Sue and Rachel, these are academic policies. Take a look at them, and they need to be vetted through principals or, whomever. Then we bring those back. Geraldine and I would look at them. If they needed to have a legal look at it, we didn't have in-house counsel, so we sent it out if it need be. And then we brought it to all of those policies, and it was between 10 to 15 policies that we were looking at a time with 3 board members. And we went through, and what we did was we used track changes, and we actually changed it. And if there was something that we thought might be questionable, or why are you changing this, we would even add a comment to the side. We'd have the conversation. The board members would say, yep, we accept it, or maybe we need to tweak it a little more. Then what we would do is we would send the original policy, the track changes, and the clean copy, because people had different desires of how they wanted to see it. Then that meant the other 4 board members saw it, and then we had a first read, and then it was approved on a second read, and that went well. And I mean, we had a lot of policies that it was a process of integrity, and it went very well. The one thing I will add also, which I wanted to add or piggyback on what Commissioner LeBron, I have raised with NYSBA when I had my one-on-one meeting, that if policy is a part of their repertoire, then they have to really work with folks who are committed to anti-racist, that understand how anti-racism plays out in school districts, and they need to either commission school districts or they've got to start creating policies that have an anti-racist framework. So that's something that I think as the board, as commissioners, if you would petition with me on that would be very helpful. But we do need to, being a predominantly Black and brown district, I totally agree that we need to bring that lens with us when we are looking at many of our policies. But I believe it is something that we can do, that commissioners can do. I think it gets bogged down when you have 7, but if you were able to have a smaller number and then do the work. Our meetings were about 2 hours or so, and we were able to get through it, but we put in the work ahead of time. So that's just a suggestion or just an example of work that was led. And, you know, in my previous district,
Oh, you just.
Dr. Myersmall, you muted yourself by accident.
I'm sorry, I said in my previous district, some of our policies at that time were over 20 years that they'd not been looked at. And I mean, there had been changes with the Regents reform agenda and things of that nature. So, you know, I will do the will of the board, but I enjoy policy and I would be happy to participate in that. That's something that is important and necessary. Thank you.
President White, I have a point. I will say that as board staff, we work at the will of the board. So I'm providing a proposal, but if it is that the board does decide that they would prefer to do this manually and by themselves, on our own, not by ourselves, but working really with the administration and within what, our own resources to do this, we will come up with a procedure to manage it. But I did want to offer the option. I know that Carl and I have been brainstorming for some time how best to really attack the policies and the backlog that we do have in updating. We do have our current update chart, and that really just lists the policies that we have identified. Commissioner Powell is very familiar with it as well. It does list the really contentious policies that we know we want to look at, and we can move on that, as well as having a sidebar similar to what we're doing with the Code of Conduct to get through the policies. But I do want to provide you with the resources that I was able to get from NYSBA, so you are at least fully appraised of what options you have in front of you.
So, Ms. Wade, let me first say, on behalf of the board, we appreciate your being creative and thinking about different ways in which to address this challenge. Secondly, I think I heard from at least 2 board members who thought that we could do this some other way ourselves. I wouldn't be surprised if there are other board members who felt that way. So why don't we eventually find our way into executive session, just hear what the price would be. And then if there's further discussion to be had when we come out of executive session, we can. But I don't, for example, I don't disagree with, although I think it was a good idea and a creative way to address the issue that has, this backlog has existed for years. I don't want people to think that one chairperson got us behind. That idea is silly. That we've had a problem with updating our policy handbook for years. In fact, one of the first committees that I chaired after I chaired audit was policy. And as Deborah Flanagan will tell you, one of the things that she and I worked together on very aggressively was updating those policies that were no longer effectual. So I think everybody has contributed to the challenge, and I think everybody can contribute to us making sure. And by the way, while the balance of the policy manual hasn't been addressed under a number of different chairs, myself included, and largely because of the work of the community, a big and important part of our policy manual that relates to school conduct has been worked on aggressively. And as we all know, as a result of that work and that change in the policy manual, suspensions, out of school suspensions are down dramatically. More students are in their seats to learn. So I don't want people to walk away with the impression that because we are behind on attacking this very comprehensive document, that there hasn't been any work done on the policy manual. And in fact, there's been a considerable amount of work done to the benefit of students who are no longer suspended, who now have a more just and more systemic justice system that makes sure they're not suspended unnecessarily. But so why don't we do this? Why don't we go into executive session, hear what the price is? But I think what you're hearing from most board members is, let's see if we can figure out a way to do that. And through your creative thought process and others, I'm sure we can figure out a way to get it done. The other thing that I would note is once we do get an additional board member, I know my colleagues know this, but just want to make sure the public knows this. We had a prior member of the board who did not want to serve as chair of policy. And so I agreed to take on that role, which I gladly agreed to do. But I think what will happen is once we get an additional board member, we will then have the option to do what we've always done, which is to have that person serve as chair of policy. So I, and along with the rest of you, I'm sure I'm looking forward to us getting that additional board member, because that board member hopefully will agree to serve as chair of policy. We were missing one of our 7 members to serve as chair. So let me just double check to make sure that there are no other comments. All right, and I don't see any. So you had one more thing about NISPA policy update? Nothing there?
Nothing there except to say that talk to Deputy Morris, and we will be moving forward with developing on policy on the books for online course credit. Has come up a little bit in the policy committee meeting, but just wanted to let people know we are moving forward on that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda, let me check to make sure nobody had any questions about that update. It doesn't appear they do. So the next item on our agenda is to go into executive session. Now I need a motion to go into executive session to discuss the terms and conditions of a particular employee, and also to have a confidential conversation with our attorney about, among other things, proposed contracts. Is there a motion? I think I heard somebody. Who was that?
Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of going to executive session for the purposes described by Commissioner Malloy in her motion indicate by saying aye. Aye.
I just have a clarifying question.
Sure.
Did you convene the policy meeting and then we're going into, I didn't hear that we convened and ended the policy meeting.
Oh, I guess I could have formally adjourned it, but I'm chair of the entire meeting, so I figured I would adjourn once we came out of executive session.
But I thought we adjourned. I don't know, Kali, do we adjourn and then you timestamp it?
So I normally just timestamp the end of the policy committee meeting. So I timestamp that at 7:48. It looks like we will be entering executive session by motion at 7:49.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think I began to take a vote. All those in favor of going into executive session for the reasons described by Commissioner Malloy in her motion indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, for those of you folks out there that are listening and watching your Board of Education in action, it is very likely that we will come out of executive session, because I know there was one resolution, I think it was 387, that was a resolution that has to be discussed in executive session. We're going to come back out and vote on that. If not, if you decide not to stick around, we as a Board of Education hope you have the safest and best evening possible. Good night. Tom, let me know. has completed its executive session. As I indicated, we discussed some matters that we could not or should not discuss publicly. Those matters have been resolved or are going to be considered at other meetings. There's one matter, though, that we do have to resolve tonight, and that was a resolution number 387. We've had some conversations about that particular resolution in executive session. So now I, at this particular point, need a motion to discuss publicly Resolution 387. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. All right. So now before the board is Resolution 387. It relates to the permanent appointment to a civil service title. Are any questions or comments beyond those, of course, that we discussed in executive session that people want to put before the board now? Don't see any. So then let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 387 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? I heard a noise, but I don't think that was, might have been my computer. So Madam Clerk, do we have every board member's vote recorded?
We do.
All right. And I assume that resolution passed? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have one other bit of business, and that is we have to do a survey. We'll wait for that survey to post up for each board member. Ladies and gentlemen, many months ago, we decided that we would sort of look at our board performance at the end of every meeting, and that's what we're doing now when we're taking the survey electronically. The hope is that we can improve our performance by evaluating at the end of every meeting.
Again, just a reminder that this is for the board members, Dr. Jallo and Superintendent Murray-Small.
Got all the responses in?
No, I'm still waiting on 2 more.
Okay, take your time, folks.
Okay. Anyone else completing? Okay, it looks like we can close it.
Okay. All right, then that means all I need is a motion to adjourn. Who's gonna make that motion? Somebody.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. All those in favor indicate by saying good night, Rochester. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.